All right, I should be back. Sorry about that. Let's turn that off. Yeah, it's amusing from my point of view because every element of this computer that allows me to stream is on an uninterruptible power system. So when we've got hiccups like that, I don't know, like nothing shuts down. But it causes something where OBS simply locks up. And I don't understand why. So yeah, it's weird. But yeah, back up. Let me. I need to check. One, I need to bring this up because today is read and corrects. So and there are a few actually from here. I need to grab that. That goes there. Okay. And I want to check something for someone else. That's backstory year. Hey, Huntress. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? So I need to check stuff. 67. So yeah, I'm on 68. Doing all right. How am I a part of the? I'm good. I am good. As I was talking about before the hiccup that forced me to restart everything, I've been looking into the backup system I've got in place, and as I had set it up, it's not going to work. The fact that I'm doing two, the fact that I am taking two systems, backing them up to a single file, a single folder, and them using that folder to sync both of them because I want these are only file backups. They're not program backups. The programs, they're fine. But I do want I want to be able to access both the files simply at all time. Because while this is writing, this is gaming, and more often than not, I need to access writing stuff on the gaming computer. And without the backup, it becomes complicated because not all the files can be seen on that computer because if I don't back anything up, they're not all on the house drive. So that's the point of the backup. And if I treat them equally, it interferes badly with both of them because this one's not going to have my video files. This one's not going to have my gaming files, and they will remove the ones they don't have, costing me files. So I realized that I can't treat them equally. So I made a decision. It's not arbitrary. It's like the writing computer is the important one. So this one gets backed up daily and gets synced once a week. The gaming computer is going to get synced daily to ensure it has all my writing files. And it's going to get backed up once a week after the last sync, which means that it should never remove any of my writing files from the backup. So that when this one gets synced, it should simply add the gaming files. Now, I won't know how that works until it works, until it's done its full cycle, which means sometime next week. But I'm hoping that will resolve the issue. Because the thing, like, if it doesn't, like, if it still causes problem, I'm not going to have a choice. I'm going to have to back up the drive separately and deal with that. And I don't, and the only thing that it's going to mean is that I'm not going to have easy access to the files. But it will ensure that everything's on the house drive. I'll simply have to go to the house drive, pick up the files I need, and move them as I use them. Not a big deal. But again, I would really like to avoid doing that if I can. So, alrighty. And today it is read and corrects. And I've got to catch up to a couple of weeks ago when I was not working on a Tuesday and missed a read and correct. So I am going to start now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio, confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have, that is why I've got my checklist, have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kendar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 68 of The Technician's Fight. Gudrun's tablet buzzed. Go. We found more cells. That should be plural. Alpha. The beta said all Federation species. Halan or merchant? They claim to be merchant. It was unlikely they all were, but for those who were, he owed them to be there. I'm on my way. Gather any willing to identify themselves as the captain of their ship so I can speak with them. He considered something. Send someone to catalog the ships still docked. Knowing which ships are here will help separate them out. He heard the chaos well before reaching the section the Earthers had turned into cells. Voices in Federalese for most of them, but he made out Tornian hissing, Kersatoron's guttural, and Hidoshi clicking. Hopefully the Earthers hadn't simply destroyed the Hidoshi's translators, and one had been found. Okay, that's... hopefully one of the Hidoshi's translator had been found. If simply destroyed them. The room had been a gym, he thought, with private rooms lining the wall on his left and right. The doors were open, with hunters keeping those inside from exiting and being screamed at or over. In the center, a group of varied species spoke with betas. Someone noticed him and screamed. Screams were directed at him with many calls of alpha, indicating they understood where he stood among his hunters. We didn't want to lock them back in, the beta said when Gregran reached them. He looked over the captains. Can you instruct your crew to be quiet? Otherwise, we'll move this elsewhere and they won't get to hear what we decide. They faced the open doors, plural, and yelled. Even with his ears folded back, the cacophony made him wince. He raised them once the volume dropped, and a Shambarian almost pushed a hunter out. Marisa, he said Marisa was the one word Gagaran understood for being Earther, name, he thought. The lone Shambarian among the captains replied while throwing her arm in the air in a gesture of exasperation common to all Federation species. The only word he understood in her rapid response was wait. He'd been on the receiving end of it often. In the quieter murmurs, he studied the captains. Someone he thought he recognized from gathered information or warrant, but most were some he thought he recognized from gathered information or warrants, but most were unknown to him. You can address me as Hunter Alpha, Gagaran Sel Ravnir. These hunters are mine. Various level of restrained eagerness to speak answered him. I want to establish something before we start. He spoke in a loud conversational tone, so those in the doors could hear. You are all victims. I won't look into who you are beyond that, unless you give me reasons to. No one here is the subject of this hunt. If you are the subject of another hunt, that isn't my concern until you make it so. With that said, I will ask my beta what my beta already asked. I don't need the you. And advise you consider what you just said before answering. He gave those who might not be fluent in Federalese time to process what he said. Who among you is the captain of your crew? Slightly more than half gave the affirmative without hesitation. The others gave each other furtive glances before all but 3 gave the affirmative. Those headed to doors where the hunters let them in. He counted on his beta to make note of those who hesitated. All right. At this time, we don't know which ships are docks, but we know some have been seen within the Federation after we knew them to have gone missing. So I can't assure you that your ship is here. If it isn't, I will offer transport to a Federation station once the situation here has been resolved, but it might take... Okay, I will change this slightly. To a Federation station, if you want. Once the situation here has been resolved, but it might take time. I expect my people's leadership to demand my ship remain here until they have representatives to take over the station and those responsible. It will be months before that happens. I leave, a digitized voice said after clicks. Aridoshi moved ahead, clicking. I not wait. I take ship. I crew leave. If your ship is here and functional, you can take it and leave. I leave, Doridoshi said. On your ship, he repeated. And to make sure that is what happens, you'll give Beta Garina Tomicare Sel Yantar the name and tag number of your ship. That made a few of them nervous. Even among those who hadn't hesitated. The captain would know his ship's tag. I take my ship, a Taurinian said. I go, I find it, I take it. You don't hold me or my crew. Give the name to the tag to. I know you, Beta Bane Alpha, the Taurinian snarled. You hate my people. I don't. You call Hall the Hurusnala Alan. He didn't call all of them that. He didn't call all of them such, but he had to be honest with himself that he usually thought of all Taurinian as Alan. I can't have you go and decide. Whatever Taurinian ship is yours, Captain. Someone less honest than you would use that as an excuse to demand the same and steal someone else's ship. The Taurinian's huff said he hadn't managed to keep the derision off his ears. He also hadn't expected one of them to be familiar enough with his species' body language to read the tone in their slant. That goes for all of you. If you don't want me to look into who you are, how you do trade, you will go along with how I have set things. The Tahornians said something in their language that had the other 2 snicker and left Galgaran think he'd been insulted. If their ship wasn't here, he would have to make sure not to cross paths with them on the Bane. Beta, I leave you in charge. If at all possible, don't involve me with the Tahornians. It will make things easier on everyone. Captain Alpha, The Shibarian called as Galgran turned away. Assistant. Help needed. Crew ask. He nodded when the captain motioned to the door, and the hunter led the Shibarian out. They spoke in a hurried tone, and again, the only word he understood was Marisa. Tibarok needs to know where they search. Mate? They tried in Calcarian, then said one in their language. One in their language. Language. I don't understand your language. I apologize. A mate is someone who agrees to build a family with us. Is that what you mean? Almost. Good enough. Tibarok mate taken away when arrived. He closed his eyes and fought to keep his ears standing. This wasn't going to be pleasant. There were 3 Shambarian in cryopods. A hunter, not one of us. Made of them. No fur. Human, she said slowly. An earther? He asked, staring. This was going... Okay, you know what? This is a different paragraph. This was going to be worse. He almost told them what had been done, but realized he couldn't know if she was among those they'd found. Maybe the scientists hadn't gotten to her yet. Maybe those had all been involved with Calcarians. The Earthers seemed to have a stronger dislike for them specifically. Come with me. He couldn't leave this to a beta. This... How is this supposed to describe what they were about to see? The Earther in this room aren't themselves. Their minds have been tempered with. If his mate is there, she won't know him. The captain spoke to her crew, who replied sharply. Ready, she said. He opened the door and entered. Immediately the Earthers backed to the far wall, cowering. But at least this time they weren't screaming. Until the Shambarian rushed toward a woman, she screamed, backing until he forced her into a corner. Then she screamed louder as he spoke to her. His captain dragged him away. Had to struggle to keep him from breaking from her grasp. Once outside, they locked the door and stood before it as the two yelled at each other. It ended with the crewmate looking miserable and the captain furious. What done? She demanded. The Earthers have a machine that let them alter their people's mind, change how they think. How fix? How is he supposed to answer that? No. Someone said in Earther, I just came from there, and there still isn't any... Jer, he called, thinking whoever had meddled to bring his heart here. He looked up from his tablet, around. I'll get back to you. Until then, check the relays. Something's not reading right. Alpha, he greeted him, looking at the two others. Greetings, he said in Federalese. Who he? The captain said, sniffing. He smell of you. My mate, Gagran said, then considered before addressing Jer in Federalese. Her crew has an Earther as a mate. Has anyone told you about those in this cell? The disgusted look he gave the door was answer enough. His mate is in there, female. That surprised his heart. I thought they only targeted those who loved the same gender. These people seem to target anyone who loves outside what they've decided Earthers should. Jeremy looked torn. He looked lost. Then he closed his eyes and breathed. When he opened them, the gaze was steady. Curran had seen it a few times before, each when Jeremy had decided to do something he thought needed, but unpleasant. I'm sorry, he said. I've suffered like she does. It's nothing you did. It's nothing you can do. Don't hurt yourself because you think it means you don't love her enough, that she doesn't love you back. I love Growl, and he loves me, but he swallowed. While I was under the influence of that machine, I also hated him. I was terrified of him and anyone I could link to him. You fixed, she said. It wasn't easy or fast, but yes, I was able to struggle through and tell what was the machine and what was my feelings. Fix her, she demanded. It's not that simple, Jeremy replied. It wasn't a cure that resolved it. It was me working through it. It was my friends helping me. It was my psychologist making me understand how things were. It's going to have to be the same for her. Jeremy looked at him, a question loud in his eyes, and he nodded. He had an idea what it was, and it would be kinder. and it might not work, Jer said. I was pulled out of it before it was done. We don't know what happens if it finishes its program. One of the doctor involved claimed that if it had finished, I would have been like them again, that I'd never be able to think of being with the male I love. But I know better than to trust anything he said. So if you have mentalist who can help, she'll benefit from that. Outside of that, let her have a space of her own where she can think herself, where she can find herself. If you have help from outside your species, she might be more receptive. Above all that, you'll need to be patient. He hesitated again. And ask your gods for help. He swallowed. Growled, I need to go. We're having trouble figuring out all the ways the Earthers screwed up proper power distribution. Go, thank you. His heart walked faster than he needed to reach the other door. The captain spoke with her crew in quiet tones, then looked at him, desperation in her eyes. Help? My ship will be here in 19 hours. I have a mentalist who specializes in issues of the mind. She's also familiar with Earther minds through my heart. I'll make sure she speak with his mate if she'll allow it. If she'll allow it. If she won't, there's nothing I'll be able to do. She translated, and the male screamed at him. God can't let him. He would have liked someone to scream at when Jer had been taken from him. What is this? He demanded after looking over the tablet the beta had handed him. It's a demand of citizenship. I can read Earther, he snapped, then breathed. 3 more hours and he'd get to order a shift change. He'd forced his hunter to live for a few hours then when they could, and he and Jer had taken much needed time together, but there was so much to do and not enough people to do it. What I mean is, who told them about it? No one, Alpha. The female who leads them asked for a tablet to write on, so we gave her a deaf, mute, and nose-blind one. When she handed it back, she said to give that to you. When I saw what it was, I knew you'd want to see it. Separate them, one to a cell. I don't want any of the others to learn that. It's too late, Alpha. They've all been demanding tablets. She told everyone about this. He read through it. The language used wasn't the kind adjudicator did, but everything needed was there. The request to the species, in her case Calciteron, the reason why she asked to be under their jurisdiction, because she feared that under Calcarian law she would be treated unfairly. Doubted she'd receive better treatment from the Calciteron, sort of ending up in an incarceration center. They were the only species with that type of punishment. Under the list of skill she'd bring to them, she'd plainly stated her expertise with technology used on the Calciterons and the cryopods, basically admitting she'd experimented on them. If he dared withhold this from the Federation, he had what he needed to ensure she was never allowed to leave the incarceration center she was sent to. But the educators would have to see it, and he didn't think they'd be so set on revenge as to ignore the Federation laws they'd agreed to obey when they joined. They could withhold the tablets from the other scientists, ensuring they didn't get to make their demand, but when word of it spread to the Federation, you'd have to hope at least one of them was refused. Distribute tablets among them. Once the Bane is here, have them log and have them move to cells. This meant he'd have to head to a Federation station instead of a Calcarion, one after he couldn't even wait for the leadership to send ships here. Because they feared the treatment Calcarians would give them. Any delay handing them over to the species representative could be viewed as an attempt to prevent the exercise of their rights to join a new species. Yet more he'd have to do. He didn't look forward to the leadership's response when he sent the update. Gagran came awake to someone calling him. Alpha, the leadership demands to speak with you. He blinked at the beta at the door, his vision clearing. Tell them I'd be in my office in... This wasn't his apartment. Checked his tablet. The Bane will be duck a little over in an hour. Tell them I'll contact them back at that point and I can answer their question. They made it clear they'll speak with you immediately, Alpha. We set up a communication hub not far from here. Put his pants on and followed the hunter. He had no idea what the room had been. Its content had been removed, leaving only the ground, leaving only metal and composite ground down the surface. Surfaces where they had to be detached, removed. The communication setup was to the side with the sensor directed to the center. It's only audio, the hunter at the console said. I've set markers for you for who will be there, who will be where based on the information the Bane relayed, but those are only for you. He nodded and stepped to the center. It was for the best. He was not presentable. He nodded to the hunter. What's the meaning of this? Admiral Thromakarin Omeritamil Selstafe said, by the blinking card with his name, and Gurgren recognized the disdain in the tone. Is this how you contact your leadership? No, that's not how you speak with your leadership. Is the best we can manage, he replied, on a century-old station that's been taken over by Earthers. If you want to wait, oh, no, you aren't delaying this. I want a report right now. He glanced at the other cards, wondering if one of them would object, but it seemed the Admiral had allies this time. He gave his report, walking them through how they'd been contacted by a source, how they'd found out the station was occupied by Earthers, the infiltration. Oh, of course, you went in without consulting us, the Admiral said. Again, he glanced at the other cards, wishing for one name he recognized. In the silence, he wondered if they were actually there. What would you have told me to do? Wait the months it took for you to send ships to support me? Told me to let you handle it? You'd do well to watch your tone, Captain. It's Alpha, a male said among the hunters. They use Alpha. I know what the hunters call him. I'm not one of them. And he answers to us. They'll... I don't. He was going to pay for this. Tom was going to be pissed, but he was tired and he hadn't asked for this. I answer to my Alpha. We work with the leadership because it helps keep our people safe, but we do not answer to you. Do you want the rest of my report? Unfortunately, they did. So he gave it, and no one interrupted him. Those machines they used on the people in the pods, a female asked. As of yet, I'm not aware they've been located, but unless they were destroyed, we'll find them. I don't need to state that we need them, do I? You'll have some. I can arrange some, the Admiral snapped. You're going to obey Federation law, he snapped back. Or have we left them? Has Kelso done what the Earthers have and decided we don't want to exist among others? Are we closing our territory? This took place within our territory, the Admiral replied tone cold, not theirs. Actually, a male said, but didn't continue. Our territory is the Federation's territory, Gagran finished. That's what it means to be part of it. The scientist, the same female asked, have claimed sanctuary among the other species. What? The Admiral yelled. How could you let... I let them nothing, he snarled. I was as surprised as you one of them knew they could do that, and she told the others. How could you let them do that? I didn't let them do anything. They did it on their own. They have the knowledge, and once they demanded to make the claim, I couldn't refuse them. Of course you can. There's no one there to smell your actions. That's why you all hide there and never come back. He snorted. You know what? I'm done with this. No, you aren't. You are going to answer all my... With a motion, the Admiral's voice cut off. We're still connected, appeared in the air, their sides muted. They'll realize it. He nodded. That's all he'd wanted, to be able to think, decide what to do. All right, he said. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to remain here only long enough to ensure the station's life support system can't fail, and I'm satisfied I found anything relating to this hunt the Earthers attempted to hide. Once that's done, I'm taking the prisoners to a Federation station. I'm renouncing my claim to have my. I'm renouncing any claim I have on this station once I've left it. You're welcome to anything left behind. I docked. I left behind, dock to it, or anything I left behind, dock to it, or that I didn't find in my search. I want nothing to do with this place once I've left. If you aren't happy, you can, with that, you can go for, cut that one in time. I'll contact you once I'm on my way to the station and we can discuss your displeasure. Another motion and the connection ended. Fuck! And that concludes chapter 68 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying that, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right. Did I do that? Yes. This. All right, and let's see if this will work today. Hey, Coolimp finished at 58K. Congrats. How are you doing today? What? Now that that is done, what are you up to? So this reads 23rd, so that becomes 25th. Nothing yet. Going to figure that out. Cool. And it failed, yeah. I really wish. I don't understand why it's not giving me the often used folders. It. Alrighty, I'll be right back. Alrighty, that is done. And I will start another chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 69 of The Technician's Fight. Jeremy checked the conduit. No, I still haven't figured out why there's power in this section of the station. Same low-level power as the one before. Enough to keep the lights on and power a localized scrubber, but little else. Has the Bane said anything, Engineer? Thur asked in the earpiece. Jeremy consulted his tablet. No, this part of the station's denser material. Scan's theory is that they needed the shielding against whatever they stored here when they were extracting deuterium. Is that radioactive? No. Jeremy crouched under a bar as he continued along the crawlway towards the next conduit. One of them had to have a change in power that would hint as to what it was doing. How is the overall and life support going? As well as it can go, considering how intertwined with the Earther power distribution it is. If the military intends to use the station, they're going to have to shut it down first and rebuild all the power systems. How confident are you it will be functional when they get here? That is the engineer's call. I put you in charge of that part of the work, technician. I expect you to be able to answer questions like those. Another conduit, same power draw. He looked into the distance. What could have been going on here? So long as we bring life support down to standby mode when we leave, I'm confident the military will be able to power it back up when they arrive. Good. Keep up the work. Hopefully, I'm going to have figured out why the Earthers felt the need to bring power all the way here before we leave. He'd have set a technician to work on this, but the damage to the other side meant they would have to cut through the debris and found ways around the section exposed to vacuum. If the goal had been to ensure Kelsarians never checked this, the Earthers had succeeded. The power turned at the junction and he followed it. The checks became mechanical conduits, same power level, onto the next. Same power level, onto the next. No power level, onto the next. No. Wait, what? He backed up one. No power. He backed up another, and it had power. He narrowed the scanner and checked the power cable itself. No power. That conduit was where the power terminated. But why? What was on the other side of the wall? He searched for a name on his tablet. Beta Zorfiel Fras Gorminal. This is the acting engineer, Jeremy Bradshaw. Go ahead, engineer. You have a hunter who scans everything. Yol, she said. Hunter Yularimar Rogrotraf Kerift, scanning expert. How much of the... Something hit the other side of the wall. Engineer? She asked as he listened. Sorry, I thought I'd... Another hit. He pressed his ear against the metal wall and thought he made out something. I think I found people. Let me check. I'll get back to you. Engineer, do not... He terminated the communication and set his tablet not to receive anymore. He desperately need a distraction while he figured out how to cut through without hitting anything vital with a portable scanner designed to power, designed for to check to for power and little else. He couldn't even tell if there was air on the other side. Maybe he should. Except he was confident those had been voices, so people, so air. Every species in the Federation breathed a compatible mix of oxy, so no matter who was on the other side, he'd be fine. Probably. He applied the laser lance to the wall, eyeing the scanner's reading. Maybe Thur had a point about him taking risks, but he didn't feel they were needless. When he thought when he thought the lance had gone through the wall, he pulled it back. Thought he heard something that might have been hello in English. He looked through his bag and came empty. Oh, bag and came empty for anything he could put through to communicate. He added that to his list of items to make for the next hunt. Stay back. He had no way to know if they heard or understood, but after a handful of seconds without a response, he applied the lance and cut a hole the size of his face. He punched the metal out, and it fell into a lit room. The air that came from it wasn't stale, but the scrubbers needed to be looked at. Just enough power for lights and scrubbers. I didn't expect this descriptive to be actual. Peering in as best as he could, there was no one in sight. Hello? Had he imagined the voice? Hello, I'm Hunt Tech. He sighed. He wasn't made for multiple ranks. I'm acting engineer Jimmy Bradshaw, he said in English. Are you in need of assistance? He definitely heard murmurs. Then an earther female was looking at him through the hole. Jimmy Bradshaw? It's engineer Jimmy. He recognized her. You're the female who interviewed me from Spreading Branch. She smiled. Julian Astrid, you have no idea how good it is to see you, to see a human who isn't always making demands. She stepped aside, and a male took his place. Technician Jimmy Bradshaw, I'm Tom. I remember you. Are you all right? That might be pushing it. The air's getting stuffy, but we're alive. Those of us here, at least. 6 of my people were taken away, 6 who weren't human. I need to tell my Alpha. How did they bring you to this room? Always. Where are you? Maintenance passage. Cassarians built everything large so it's easy to walk through. He put his tablet and stared at the last of the attempts to contact him. The beta he could pretty much ignored. Is Alpha? He was going to pay for this. He tapped the name and didn't get a chance to apologize. Do not ever make it so you can't be contacted, engineer, Grell snarled. Is that clear? Especially do not include me in any blocks you establish. I am your Alpha. I will not be prevented from contacting you. I'm sorry, Alpha. I'm sorry. I have no excuses. He waited while the breathing slowed and settled. What do you have to report, engineer? I've located the Earther contingent of Spreading Branch. 6 of their personnel are non-Earther and were taken away. No one among those we rescued mentioned being with them. They might have been experimented on. Where are they? I don't know. I followed a power draw we couldn't explain that's keeping the room and a scrubber going. I can probably cut an opening in the wall and take them out through the maintenance passage, but can they stand it? He smiled. They're Earthers. I expect they can. What's the but? All I have is a laser lance. That's not designed for a metal wall. I have no idea how long it's going to take. They said they were taken here through hallways, so there's a way to reach their door. I'll send hunters to look for it. You keep cutting. And Jer? Yes, he stilled himself. Do not ever lock me out of your comm again. Yes, Alpha. Grell ended the communication. Took a minute to settle his nerves, then faced the hole. Hunters are going to try to find their way to your door, but until then, I'm going to keep cutting. You're getting out of there, no matter what. Jeremy put his back to where the cutting was happening, and still had to shield his eyes from the glare of the arc cutter. Then metal whined and fell. Clear, engineer. A male called. He stepped into the room He stepped into the room to a pack looking the earther over. Oh, right, they made it into the room before he was done cutting. And a beta glaring at him. He returned a level gaze. Is there a problem, Beta? The circumstances were such that he didn't outrank her. The engineer's position in Han's hierarchy was fluid, but he at least equaled her. I would appreciate it, she said, visibly controlling her anger, if you didn't lock me out of your calm. If you can promise not to tell the engineer what he can and can't do, I'll agree to it. Her ears folded back, so she understood she was also in the wrong. That's fair, engineer. I'll promise it. He nodded. How are they? He didn't hear the answer. He didn't hear her answer. Graal entered the room and looked them over. His game passed over Jeremy as if he wasn't there, and he had to forcefully remind himself it wasn't because he was angry. Graal probably wasn't even his alpha right now. In interacting with the Earther, he had to be a mix of that and ambassador. His focus was on them. Captain, Thomas exclaimed, it's Alpha while our hunt is in progress. I'm sorry. I just want to thank you for rescuing us. Did you find the rest of my people? Two are Saladin, a Shambarian, a Dromian, and Reosef, and a Garan. I'm sorry to say they were experimented on and are in medical cryopods. We'll be taking them to a Federation station for their people to see to them, unless you tell me they won't be welcome there. No, they'll be fine. None of them are wanted or anything like that. They're technicians who wanted to help our cause. What about us? Are you taking us there too? Is your ship here? I don't know. They didn't tell me anything. I figured they used it to spread lies about the Federation. Spreading Branch has been silent since you were taken. Jeremy read the effort. Tom, what did they want with you? To silence us, as best as I can figure. A few of them talked about how we'd be helping them at some point, but I got the sense it was something they'd heard from someone who'd heard it from someone else. When Jules probed, they couldn't say how or why. Graal looked at Jeremy and he nodded. They have a version of the machine that was used on my heart. As far as we can tell, all they can do with it at the moment is make Earthers fear and hate those who aren't like them. But they've been testing it on other species with the goal of curing them of being able to love those of the same gender. I expect they also hoped to make it so they could use it on you and get you to see things the way they do. That's... Thomas swallowed. We come across stories of experiments, but only among the military, and only to make better soldiers. I thought that what they'd used on your heart was a bastardized version of something like that. I'm afraid now. I'm afraid not. This is an organized effort across multiple groups. Did you happen to learn anything about who might be behind the people on this station? Thomas was motioned to another male over, broad-shouldered with a thick beard and receding hairline. Max, the man said, offering his hand to Graal. Maxime, I'm sort of spreading his branch memory bank. First, I have to say that it's an honor to meet you in person. I have seen all your movies. Ballads is what you call them. I've seen all of them. I'm a great fan. Thank you, Graal said when the male finally caught his breath. How are you their memory banks? The male tapped his head. Never forget anything. Any information we get, read, or listen to, it stays in there. Means I have a bunch of stuff I have a bunch of stuff we then find out's wrong, but... Max, Thomas said, tell him what you worked out. Right. With everything I've read and heard and overheard while we've been kept here, I've been able to connect 3 names I'm confident are involved in some way with supporting these people. Confident? Graal asked. If you know all you say, can't you be more than that? I'd be, except that I have no way to be sure the stuff I overheard here wasn't misinformation they wanted us to hear. Understood. Graal took his tablet. What are the names? Maxim told him. Armstrong was the only one that sounded familiar to Jeremy, but it was a name he'd seen on half the parts of his reactors. Do you know why they put you here? Graal asked. This is far from anything. If not for the meddling that led the engineer here, I don't think we would have found you. I think, Thomas said, They were worried we'd have fan among their people. It's the only reason I can think for the hall to be empty when they moved us from the ship to here. Even the docks had been emptied in a hurry. Machinery was still running. The only people there they had interacting with us, the the only people they had interacting with us hated us. When they brought the food or maintained that thing, he pointed to the scrubber in the wall, they would go on and on about how if they had any say in it, they'd be holding us just outside the hall. We didn't touch the food for 2 days out of fear. One of them had poisoned it. All right. Give the information about your ship to Beta Zorfiel. If it's here and functional, you can take it and leave. If not, we'll take you with us and you can make arrangement with the Federation. I expect that your silent backers will want you back broadcasting quickly. Thomas looked uncomfortable. Don't worry. I didn't investigate who they are, just that they have to be there for you to be able to operate as you do. He motioned to the Beta, then walked toward Jeremy. I'm sorry, Jimmy said, then a finger on his lips stopped him. I, your Alpha, will have a talk with you once the hunt is over. Once the hunt is, I'll talk with you. Once the hunt is over, about it. But I, your heart, want you to know I'm proud of the work you're doing. That you followed something you didn't have to until you found Spreading Branch. Medal, huh? Gal smiled. Explain, without using your equivalent word for it, how it is you came to be here. Jeremy closed his mouth on the word coincidence, but he really couldn't come up with anything else. The technician hadn't been assigned to that board. He'd just been distracted and ended up on the wrong one. And noticed the oddity before realizing he should be at a different one. Then it had just been about following it, and Jimmy looked at the people in the room. Okay, I'll grant you it's quite the coincidence, but that doesn't mean gods are involved. Gargran smiled and rubbed his muzzle against his cheek. They always are, Jer. Doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Go back to being the Alpha. I have to get back to engineering and make sure everything is in order so we can leave this place. Jeremy stood in the Bane's shuttle bay with the other hunters. Growl faced them. You did well, he announced. The prisoners have been rescued. Those who took them captured and in cells. Some hunters made their way to the forest during this hunt, but you did not. Remember that. Remember that hunters are patient. They will wait for you, however long it takes. Live, for this hunt is over. He caught Thur's arm before he stepped away. Beta, the hunt is over, Jer. I need to speak to you as my Beta, Thur. I need you to punish me for my infraction now. It can wait. Now is the time to leave, to live. Thur, I won't be able to. I'm going to spend my time worrying about it. The only reason it didn't happen the last time was because I didn't realize it was coming. His Beta nodded. Come with me. He led him to a room half filled with open crates, shuttle components, Jer suspected. Those that printers couldn't handle for a reason or another. Tur slammed him against the wall, hand on his chest. Promise me you will never do something that stupid, Hunter. Jimmy closed his mouth. I'll try. That's it? That's all you're going to give your Beta? That's all I can give you, Beta. I'll try. But in the moment, I don't think about the right way to do things. I think about how to fix the problem. I know it means we're going to find ourselves in this situation often because of it. And I'm okay with taking my punishment each time. But I'll try to do things the way Calcerians do them. Thur stepped back. I know. You know? His friend sat on the edge of an open crate. This hunt's giving me a sense of who you are as a hunter, Jer. A reminder you aren't Calcerians. I have to start accounting for that. Can you? He snorted. I don't know, but I'm a Beta. It's my responsibility to ensure my hunters can be the best they can. Not the best I want them to be, the best they can. You are someone who acts. You don't care about the consequences. Let me finish. When you know you can fix the problem. You aren't being careless, when you weren't being careless when you ran for the reactor. You judged the situation, reached an earther conclusion, and acted on it. It shouldn't surprise me it worked. You're someone who plunges your hand in an antimatter reaction chamber because you know that you can pull it out and end the problem, Jer. I can't ask you to be the hunter who runs through all the ranks so someone can fix the problem. Is that going to cause problems? You have no idea. She isn't going to let me forget this when I go to her for the kind of training she said she'd give me. Go to who? For what training? To Beta Zorfiel Fras Gomilan to receive training in how. Oh, wait a minute. That's not who she. Oh, that's not who he was talking with. That name is incorrect. Because Zorfiel is with Growl. Pie. Okay, I need this. I need to go back up. Where are you? Panel information, shut down the light. Okay, there we go. This is where we are. No, it's keep this one. I like how he thinks. Keep this one. Oh, damn it. I never named her. Ugh. Well, okay. I'm not going to spend all my time look if I have, but okay. I need to. Okay, I need to leave a note so I can fix that. To receive training on how to be a special ops beta. But you don't like them. I'm not handing you over to them, Jer. You are my hunter. I will keep you safe. That means I need to learn to think outside the ranks, the way special ops always does. And that concludes chapter 69 of The Technician's Fight. If you want to know when the next if you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. It says 25th, so that'll be 27th. And let's go update this. Because then we're gonna be in the week of the Januaries. Alrighty. It's done. On to this. Alrighty, I will start another chapter by confirming microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I will confirm. Wait, what? Right, correct screen, correct image up, blah. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 70 of The Technician's Fight. Gargaran looked over the reports from the builders who'd taken apart one of the machines found on the station, and it read much like the previous ones. Unknown technology coupled with Earthers accomplishing something they weren't sure how it could be done. Even with the scientists in the cell, they weren't getting any new information. Integration had asked to question her, but until her citizenship status was resolved, she fell under Federation law, and it had strict rules as to what could be done in its name. Then came under the Hunt Beta's early reports. As much as he'd like to set these aside and live, as all hunters returning from a hunt were ordered to, as the Alpha, he had duties that couldn't wait. He had to be the exception to the rule. Although, with everyone else involved in the hunt busy living, his duties didn't take that long to handle. The knock on the open door's frame came halfway through a report on the Earther's strategy during the hunt. Clear applied knowledge indicating training in combat, but also a lack of application of that knowledge in certain battles, indicating the personnel hadn't been pulled exclusively from military branches. An uncomfortable-looking Jer stood in the doorway. "Can we talk?" He swiped the files off screen. Of course, actually. Jared took a breath, and I talked to my alpha. Jared, this is your time to live. Anything relating to the hunt will be handled once that time is done. I tried. I spent the last 2 days doing everything I can not to think about that conversation we're going to have. But I can't stop worrying about it. I know it isn't the Kelserian way of dealing with this, but I'd rather have it out here and now, get it out of the way instead of dreading what's coming. Gagron studied his heart. Would anyone else, he'd refuse. With anyone else, this situation wouldn't have occurred. He stood. All right, but not here. This was their home. Their time. There were times when he'd had to be an alpha in his office, but he didn't want this to become a place Jared dreaded. The walk, the walk to the bridge. I don't need his office. The walk to the bridge was silent, but he could smell his heart's discomfort. Others could too, from the look they received. He shook his head as the bridge's beta stepped away from the center and headed for his office. Instead of his desk, he stood in the center of the communication area. He would give his hunter the honor of standing. Jer stood by the door, looking at the floor. Here, Gagran ordered, pointing before him, and Jer winced. He looked miserable, and Gagran had to forcefully remind himself that his hunter stood there, not someone else, no one else. Do you understand the danger you created? He demanded. Jer shook his head. Just wanted to be able to think while I worked the problem. The feebleness of the tone said he understood how invalid that was as a reason. Look at me, Hunter. Jer's gaze kept shifting, and the effort needed to bring it back was visible. Gagran waited. He wouldn't have this conversation with someone still fighting himself, especially when his hunter had requested this be handled now. Finally, Jer no longer looked away. You were the engineer, the Alpha stated, second only to me in rank. You would have only been second to anyone else if... If I had assigned them a higher rank than yours, and I would have told you about it. Something registered in what he said. His eyes widened slightly, but he didn't look away. If anything had gone wrong, the engineer would have been the first person I contacted to work on resolving it, and you made that impossible. It's pure meddling on the god's part that nothing went wrong on that station in that time, Hunter. Explain to me why you cut me out, why you cut anyone who might have had a reason to contact you with a problem. Beta Zorfiel Fras Gormilan had that tone that said she wasn't going to drop the subject. I didn't want her getting on my case through someone else's calm. Why didn't you order her to drop it? I didn't know I could. How didn't you know you could? I made you engineer. I didn't understand what that meant. He paused. I'm sorry. The apology confused him almost as much as the statement. How can you not know what the rank I assigned you mean? Jer squared his shoulder. I'm not Kelserian, Alpha. I don't have that knowledge, and I didn't think to research the extent of what the engineer's responsibility and privileges are. The Alpha stared. What did you think your rank meant then? He asked in disbelief. Authority over the technicians working with a power situation with me. That's it? What were you going to do if someone who wasn't aware you ordered you away from the work I assigned you? Have the confidence to ignore them and do what I felt was needed so they wouldn't bother me again. Shut down your calm. He didn't like it, but the situation his hunter had found himself in made more sense. What did you think yourself as then, if not the engineer? I was the engineer when dealing with a technician, but I was also a hunter whose rank was below that of a beta. You can't be both, Hunter. Just like you have an aptitude for compartmentalization, Alpha, I seem to have one to amalgamate. If I'd researched and not taken for granted what being the engineer meant, I would have been able to navigate the situation. You've heard the tone the engineer uses when talking with me. Do you think I'd let someone whose rank didn't allow that do that? With all due respect, Alpha, I'm confident Alex would curse you as he does, rank or no rank. The privilege of being on short name basis with you. The corner of Gagran's lips quirked up. He'd use the tone, but I wouldn't let him get away with it. Jeremy nodded. I need your word, Jer, he said in a softer tone, and softer tone, startling his heart, that you'll never cut your calm off like this again. You placed everyone in danger. If not for the fact Beta Zorfiel already had an idea where you were, I'd have set every hunter on finding you in case the Earthers had captured my engineer. I didn't. He looked stunned. I just needed. He frowned. How did she know where I was? I didn't know myself. Our hunters worked together to get the station to tell them. I learned not to question Special Ops' method unless I was looking to get headaches. To get a headache. Jer nodded. I give you my word that I won't shut down my comm in such a way again. That I will never shut you out of my comm. Gagran nodded. Then, taking into account the species difference, I consider the situation resolved without need for punishment. You are dismissed, Hunter. Yes, Alpha. Gagran grabbed Jer's arm as he turned away and pulled him against his chest. Jer held him. Are you going to be okay? Gagran asked. Maybe we should see the psychologist about this. Jer shook his head. I'll be fine. I'm just glad we've got this dealt with. Although, what? He chuckled. It's odd you not saying you're sorry for having to be like this. Gagran frowned, trying to understand. Why would I be sorry for doing what my rank requires? Then, because it was as hard before him, do you want me to say I'm sorry? Jerk chuckled. No, it's okay. It's an earther thing, because we can't separate everything the way you do. We tend to reassure the other person in a situation like this that if we'd had another option, we wouldn't have used that tone. But you're certain you're okay. I don't want this species difference to cause difficulties. His heart smiled. I'm fine, Growl. I swear. And I know everything's fine between us, as well as between me and my Alpha. Now, I'll be able to focus on living until it's time to go back to being a technician and a hunter. Growl didn't let go. Speaking of living, I have an idea of something we could do. Jared gave him a crooked smile. Really? Do tell. Gagran did. Gagran opened the door and smiled at his friend and two companions. I swear, Growl, Alex started before he was greeted. Do you get up at the start of your shift making plans to make my life difficult? Unlike you hunters, some of us still have to work. He hugged his friend. I'm glad you made it. Like you gave me a choice. Like you gave me a choice. Alex replied, hugging back. You remember Torin and Yanni? You said to bring someone special, so I don't want to hear a complaint about bringing my two favorite persons. Captain, the female said. No rank for the duration, he replied. You may address me as Gralgaran Selel Ravnir. You may address me as Turinagoral Ephraimit Caro. And I, the male said, as Yanitari Arcano Meri Zrafro. Welcome to my lodging, all of you. He stepped aside and Yanitari Arcano Meri Zrafo let out a low growl of delight. Growl looked, thinking it wasn't a table spread that had caused the reaction. Jer had returned from changing, wearing black pants and a white vest that were cut to enhance his crotch, and a white belt. Enhance his crotch. With that, he appeared to wear a black sleeveless vest over nothing. showing his muscled chest, stomach, and arms. In actuality, he had a transparent shirt to keep the chill of the room at bay. With so many of their friends expected, they'd lowered the temperature. The attire was a compromise between Earther and Kelserian's culture. When Gargaran had told his heart he wanted to host their friends so they could all experience his cooking, he said he'd need to print a suit. That among Earther culture, this kind of occasion required formal attire. He'd only thought of it as a gathering of friends and couldn't envision asking each of them to add adornment to their clothing. So they'd found a tailor to create something that felt formal to Jer while being simple and relaxed in relation to what everyone else would wear. It had the benefit of making his heart look extremely appealing. Now enjoying the host. Torina Goral Ephraimit Caro chastised the male, her brother, Galgran recalled. It's only polite to let them start things. I'm more the cook for this, Jer said, but come on in, feel free to look, but please wait until we're seated before tasting the food. I'll give a rundown of everything that's on the table once everyone's here. The door buzzed as they stepped away, and Gargran opened it. He stared. You're doing this on purpose. He stated, narrowing his eyes at Zeniel Her Talahan. The male looked down at himself, his fully dressed self, purple pants with a shimmer and a golden belt and loose crotch area. Fine dark blue vest with stars embroidered over the sleeves and a black collar with silver edging. You said this was a gathering among friends and of you and your heart. In my apartment, Gargaran added. I expected you should show up your first style to cover your crotch and nothing else. The male on Zenial Her Talahan's arm snickered. That would be something nice to see. Zenial Her Talahan tilted an ear. It's sounding like you miss seeing me naked, Gargan Selal Ravnir. The fact I've grown to expect it of you doesn't mean I've ever enjoyed it. That can't be right, the male said. Zenial is amazing to look at with nothing on, and even better to experience. The male looked Galgaran up and down, licking his lips. As I'm sure you are as well. Galgaran Selal Ravnir. Zenial Her Talahan said, grinning. My guest for the evening, Mirik Dromir Tofiris. You said to bring someone special, so I brought the best lay I've ever had. Thanks a lot, Jer yelled from the back of the cooking area. The male looked around Galgaran. You are one of the best lovers I've had. Lovers? One of the best lover I've had. There's a ship's worth of difference. He looked to his companion. Isn't that right? Yes, it is, the male replied as if he'd receive a compliment. Can I ask that you keep the sex private? Gargaran said, hoping to avoid unnecessary discomfort among his guests. I'll even offer my and Jer's room if you need it. Zenial Her Talahan considered it. Tempting, but I'll do you one better. We won't have sex at all unless you ask us to. Even his companion looked proud at the statement. Gargaran decided against calling him out on it. Whatever happened would happen, and he'd deal with it then. He motioned for them to enter and they joined Alex and his companions, while Galgaran continued playing welcome committee to his friends. To accommodate everyone, the furniture in the living room had been sent into storage and extensions added to the table, stretching it from one end of the eating area to the other end of the living room. And Jer had cooked enough food to fill it. He knew them to be a mix of Earther and Kelserian foods, but except for the sweets and a few of the meats, he doubted anyone would be able to tell at a glance. His friend arrived mixed. His friends mixed among Jers. Gargaran met everyone over the years, but like Jer with his friends, remembering everyone hadn't been something he'd attempted. Only two stood out. One, Jorani Joramsong, because of his interaction with her on the bridge and as having to punish her for an infraction. She'd also caught everyone's attention when she'd unexpectedly gained weight. Enough there had been concern she was sick. She had she had become sick, or Beta informed him, but because she overate sweets, she now looked to have become healthy again. The others carried Drigian Termitar Dramin because the muscle in his body didn't look quite right. The result of using Jeremy's exercise machine and Earther exercises. The male seemed happy with the results, so Gargaran kept this comment to himself, and the female with him didn't seem to mind. By the time everyone was there, the conversation was loud, and, to her surprise, Xenia Herr Talahan and his companion hadn't shed any clothing or touched each other sexually. Jer put fingers to his lip and let out a sound that had ears plastered and everyone looking at him. Now that I have your attention, if you'll all take a seat, we can start eating. And that starts with me telling you what's on offer. I've made roughly half Calcarian and half Earther traditional meals, those adapted to your eating habits. A few of you have experienced how we eat and have let me know it was indeed an experience. That caused some to chuckle. The one part I couldn't manage it with are the pies, or rather, I have ways, but I felt eating them as they are is part of what makes them traditional Earther food. For those who know how sweet our desserts usually are, don't worry. I have reduced that to a level you shouldn't feel sick having a bite. Forks are by the plates, and I'll show you how to use them should you feel adventurous. Jer proceeded to name the foods with description for the Earther ones. Then they ate. Okay, so that's what he was talking about. How a feel, and that one's actually easy to my mind. Gelatin and basically we have those already. So okay. The initial attempt at Earther food were hesitating, but none outright rejected. Were outright rejected. Some of the oh wait no, this is the one. Some of the sauce-filled meats caused their eaters by surprise, and when Xenial Ertalahan's companion proceeded to lick what had spilled on his chest, Kirkland thought it would be the start of having to insist they took it to her room. But once the sauce was removed, he stopped with nothing more than an exchange of muzzle rubbing. The male didn't even look at Gargaran's direction to show how proud of his self-control he was. He decided that Xenial Herr Talahan was going to drive him crazy by doing exactly the opposite of what he expected. He forced himself to put the male out of his mind and enjoy the food and the company. And that concludes Chapter 70 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I'll be right back. 7th, which would be here. That means 30th. Ba, 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 ba. So that's actually. That is 67. 1, 2, 3. So I've got another chapter. Ah, that is handled. So. Alrighty. Another chapter. Confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 71 of The Technician's Fight. Jeremy walked with his pack toward one of the rooms dedicated to the dead. It felt odd to do this once the period during the period where they were required to live. But Scaramat said there was no better time to remember those who'd reached the forest ahead. That they had to live so they would have more to tell them when they met again. Jeremy had studied in preparation for the moment. He'd known it was coming since returning from the hunt and wanted to avoid mistakes. He'd learned more about why the bodies were handled as they were than what was expected of him in relation to the dead. Calcerians burned their dead, or now used high temperature incineration on specially prepared pyres to accomplish the process, to accomplish the equivalent. They did it in the open so the gods could watch them treat the bodies of those in the forest with the respect they deserved. Or punish those dead if they weren't properly honored. To not burn one of them was to tell Thuruk Samian to return them to be trapped with their body until it ceased to be by natural means. It was to deny that person the joy of the hunt among the forest and whatever other joy they decided to engage in. The forest wasn't one type of life after death for Calcerians, but an entryway to something their imagination could fill. Calcerians hunted, so it started there. But they didn't only hunt. They also enjoyed all aspects of life, even once they were dead. Until they had enough even of that and asked Turek Samian to be sent back, this time to be reborn as someone new instead of trapped. The idea there could be something after death was odd, Jeremy, and intriguing. It accepted life was finite after the introduction in thermodynamics in school. It stated that nothing disappeared, only changed. When he died, his atoms would spread and become part of other things. The Calcian cycles of death after death and life could be interpretations of that same thing, viewed through a belief in in higher powers, plural, higher powers controlling everything. Of course, it implied that somewhere in their past, someone had made that realization and molded a belief around it, instead of taking it for what it meant. A closed loop didn't mean nothing within it that ended. Just that the end sum couldn't change. Individual parts could end and be reused for other parts. And if that part was a person, then their atom being part of a new person could be seen as a rebirth, if someone wanted to think that way. As for what he was expected to do, that hadn't been as illuminating. Share was the advice. Share what made the dead to him. He hoped he wouldn't be called first to do that, so he could use what others did as a template. By the time they reached the room, other packs joined them, although some weren't as numerous. But Ramirar or Kranal Therminan's pack had lost half its members throughout the hunt. The only pack there whose only the pack who had traveled the station on the same shuttle as Jeremy's, who had started the hunt together, were there. They had been bound in that way. The others had their dead in other rooms. Every section on every level had such a room. They weren't only to hold the bodies during their trip back to Kelser, but for people to go and remember whenever they felt the need. The room had Tutankhamun Margartin's symbol, a Kelserian skull looking onward. He hadn't entered such a room until now. Yeah, this is gonna have to be verified. My co-scripter pointed out that he believes Jeremy has been taken to such a room before, so I'll have to update that if I confirm once I've confirmed it. It had felt wrong to enter a place without having a need for a connection to it. You know what? I'm confident he's right, so let's see if I can. I hadn't entered such a room since. I felt wrong to enter the place without having a need or a connection to it. It felt like he'd intrude on into a stranger's home. He didn't feel that now. Now, not with his pack at his side and the others ahead and behind them. This felt like they'd been summoned here, a duty to perform because they hadn't died. 9 caskets for 4 packs. It was what it was, Thur told him when Jeremy had asked how it compared with other hunts, with the other shuttles. Statistics were for the Alpha, he'd said when Jeremy pressed. Their duty was only to those who'd hunted with them. Banners hung around the room on poles, from the ceiling on the walls, each with a design on them. He recognized those for the gods and the others. The others would represent someone the hunter had known, or had known them, or known of them. It was a way such a banner. Everyone had such a banner. It was a way for those who couldn't be present to be there. He'd ask Graal how the banners were assigned, who got what design, what happened when 2 people wanted the same one. Izard laughed. Banners weren't assigned, they were chosen. Each person made their own. Gargan had taken a box from a closet and opened it with care. He unrolled a dark red fabric with a boned fist holding an arrow in white, the representation of who he thought of himself as, the hunter held at the ready by justice. Jeremy couldn't imagine trying to boil down who he was in one image like that. The casket looked much like the medical cryopods in the medical cryopods in medical. I don't need to say that. But without the displays, there was no need for the readouts. These people's state had been determined before they were placed in it. She was my best friend, a hunter said, stepping forward and placing a hand on a pod. Placing a hand with a banner. Okay, it's not a banner. Okay. Placing a hand on the banner laid atop the pod. Jeremy couldn't see the details from where he stood. We grew up in the same part of Ashalalayan. He winced. Bad neighborhood. Always had to fight to hold on to the little we had, but we always had each other's back. The idea to escape by joining the hunters was mine. She just said yes. Never called me out on how much of an idiot I was, thinking they'd take the pair of us in. A female joined him, placing a hand on his shoulder, the other on the casket. She would drive me mad with her thinking she knew better than I did how Caribbeanal was spoken. I grew up speaking it. How was she going to know better? But no. She'd point out how this syllable had to be accented over that one, how the kha doesn't have an expiration before the r, how it's rolled, not short. I've lost track of the numbers of times I felt like strangling her. The first one snickered. Stubborn. That was her. I'd have quit the training more than once if not for her. You only quit once. A third said, joining them. You're already out after that. She loved painting. She didn't care where the paint ended up so long as she got to apply it. That stuff's horrible to get out of your fur. The second one complained. Tell me about it. First time I found out was 2 days after you two joined the pack. She'd look at me. She just wouldn't stop. And then she said she loved to paint me. Felt honored. Never had anyone think I was good looking enough for that. Didn't realize she wanted to apply the paint to in your fur? Nope. I was on the floor, her paint-covered hands through my fur before the situation I'd gotten myself in registered. How did it come out? The first asked. With a lot of soap, brushing, and losing a fur. The picture, idiot. I know how hard paint is to wash out. The picture she took afterward. How did those come out? The male looked wistful. They're amazing. I've never looked so handsome as I do in them. I look amazing in yellow and maroon. She had a great eye for colors and lovers. They hugged, rubbed muzzles, and rested their hand on the casket again before returning to with theirs. Jeremy was before Grisnir, before anyone else moved, and found he couldn't speak. Gazing at a peaceful expression, through the window above the banner. Not asleep, but at peace. She'd lived, and she had no regrets. She made me feel welcome, he said, placing a hand on the glass. This furless alien who dare think he had what it took to be a hunter, and she pulled me in and hugged me, and helped me along each step. Each step along the way. Kicking my ass when needed, soothing my pain when that's what I required. Lucky you, Latrell said, stepping next to him. All I got was the ass kicking. Bullshit, Jeremy said, smirking. You got her bad. Hey, you got there too, only with the pack. And whose fault was that? I'm not attracted to females that way. Latrell hugged him. She knew that. You think she was offering so she could have sex with you? It still felt wrong. Your loss, Jimmy chuckled. You ever listen to her sing? Thur said. Fuck yes, Hiram said. She was utterly wasted on us hunters. She should have gone into media. She'd have been the best. Would have beaten any who got in her way, Jimmy said, just to make sure she was the only one at the top. Ambitious, that was Gris. Latrell said. She'd have been alpha, there was no doubt. Would have taken your position, Beta. She'd have been welcome to it. She had no idea the pain you lot are to keep in line. I pitied Thuric Saminian. Latrell said, she's going after his job. They all chuckled, then fell silent. Jeremy pulled Thur to him, then the others closed around them and hugged. The other hunters were telling stories about their packmate before they returned to their position, staying closer, and listening to everyone sharing stories of their packmates and friends. How do you feel? The psychologist asked. Better. She tilted an ear. I don't feel like I have to be on alert all the time. Maybe it's because I wasn't the cause. You weren't the cause of the previous hunt, Jeremy. Omar Sawan set up something pretty elaborate just to get his hands on me. That makes you the victim, which makes me the cause, but not the guilty party. I know. But this time I don't have any of that hanging over my head. This was a hunt and nothing more. It involved earthers and some of them using that machine on innocent people, but I left that hunt without looking over my shoulder, without the sense someone's going to jump out and drag me away. So it's easier for you to live this time? After resolving the issue with my alpha, it was. I screwed up during the hunt, and because I can't compartmentalize the way you can, I kept worrying about it. I asked to deal with it then, and we did. How did he seem to take it? Jimmy snorted. Once he got over me asking for it, and we were in his office by the bridge, he became my alpha and let me have it. How did it feel to have him berate you like that? Not good. I like to think myself more competent than that, but I keep taking details for granted and screwing up. She nodded. How did it feel to have your heart talking to you like that? It wasn't my heart, it was my alpha. That easily? He considered. No, but just like not just like that. And yes, on some level I wish we didn't have to do that. But I don't think he's being unfair that I deserve special treatment because I'm his heart. I'm also his hunter. And I can't separate it as easily as you, but I do accept it. I'm able to step back and see the need for the division. I'm also dealing with it in my work as a technician. The engineer is my friend outside of work, and switching from one to the other took work. Took getting used to it. Yes, it's dialogue. But I don't like the amount of repeating like work, 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 work. He'll sometimes still mix me up by being my friend at work. Does he do that often? No. And he's realized it's not as easy for me, so he usually do it at the start or end of my shift. Usually? Once in a while, he'll shove me on the couch after a rough patch and we'll have sex. He chuckled. I'm almost confident that that's not acceptable behavior between an engineer and his technician. You're right, it isn't. Considering your position, your difficulty in changing role, has he ever made you feel like he was holding your position hostage in exchange for the sex? Does that happen? He asked in surprise. You're all so tactile and sensual, so I figured you're all okay with it. No need to force anyone into it. I wish that were true, but enjoying sex doesn't mean we enjoy it with everyone. And some people don't take no for an answer. It's not because we all have claws that some don't use them more forcefully than others. I hadn't thought about that. I've never been on the receiving end of that. Your heart is a threat that would make all but the most obsessive reconsider forcing themselves on you. He nodded. But to answer your question, no, Alex has never made me feel like it was my job if I didn't put out. More than once, I thought he was overworking me because he wanted to get rid of me, but never thought that about the sex. He grinned. Can I lodge a complaint about the engineer being unreasonable in the work he gives me? You can. She smiled. You'd bring it up with the captain. Oh, that's a tough one. The captain sides with him, no doubt, and my heart is on short name basis with Alex too. So I guess I'll just have to keep bribing him with more sex. The captain or the engineer? She asked, looking more interested. Both, of course. She laughed, and he joined her. When she settled, she looked at him pensively. You want to ask something you don't think I'll agree to. I thought I was the mentalist. We've played enough game, I've learned to read those ears. She nodded. It's about our passengers. I'd like you to visit them. Why? Don't they have other of their species on the ship? My understanding is that we took entire crews, not just one or two. I'm referring to our Earther passengers. He remained silent. They did nothing to you, Jeremy. Like you, they are victims. They're what I could have been, he admitted. I'm what they might hope to be. What if they ask me how I overcame what was done? How did you overcome it? Except my torture was interrupted. There's no way to know if what was done to them can be undone. They might be unable to ever be among non-Earthers again. Aren't I just giving them false hope? Hope is never false. It is if it can't be cured. No, it isn't. The fact we might not be able to cure them now doesn't mean we won't figure it out tomorrow. They need to have that hope so they can continue to wait. And you want me to give them that hope? No. I want you to remind them they aren't alone, that there is someone they can talk with without fear of triggering a terror response. And if it happens, they need hope, they can talk with you about what they're going through. He nodded. I'll think about it. That's all I ask. She'd done something, Jeremy told himself as the door came into view. He knew she couldn't put thoughts in his head, but she had to have done something, because after she mentioned their situation, he hadn't been able to stop thinking about them. Like when he'd been dealing with the after effect of his torture, the Earthers were housed in an unused section of the ship. Unlike him, they were housed in a community-type apartment. 7 small apartments connected to a central communal space with a larger food preparation area and living space. The ship only had 2 of them and were only used when they carried dignitaries with entourage. That had yet to happen. He buzzed and waited. He'd started wondering if they were going to answer when a hesitating yes came from the intercom. It's Technician Jeremy Bradshaw, he said, then added, I'm an Earth human. Hopefully that mistake engendered mistrust. The door opened and the 8 of them were at the opposite end of the large room. I'm alone, he said. Can I enter? They looked at each other before one of the women nodded. He stepped in. I'm just closing the door. He tapped the panel and the door closed. They relaxed. He remembered his fear at the simple possibility one of the monsters could be lurking outside, waiting for any opportunity to strike. Where were you stationed? A thin man asked. I don't remember you. Why are they letting you move around free? The man next to him asked. I thought they'd thrown all of our kind in cages. This might end faster than expected. I wasn't assigned to the station. I was part of those who boarded it. They looked confused. I'm part of the ship's crew. They have humans working on the ship? That's a thing? How can you let them? The things they do. Breathe, Ronald, the woman next to him said, taking his hand. You're becoming hysteric. You have to excuse him. It's what they did to us causing it. She hesitated. Tell me, is Ramakrell on the ship? Based on what Leia had provided, each of them had been crew on a non-Earther ship, which meant the person she was asking after wouldn't be Earther. So he needed to be careful if he didn't want to trigger her as well. Do you want them to be? Him, she said, momentarily, hope replacing fear. No, why would I want that? Why do I want that thing near me? She cried. I don't think you can understand what we're going through, another woman said. Actually, I can. It's why I'm here. I was put through a version of what you suffered. And you beat it? We can beat it? A man asked, tone filled with hope. I can't make you any promises. The machine used on me was a different model, and the process was interrupted. But our builders have copies and are doing what they can to understand them and what they do. When you say that, the man shaking, you mean those things, those creatures, you expect me to? I don't mean anyone, he said. Just that qualified people, with your best interest in mind, are working on helping you. The Federation has many species in it, and even humans who've taken refuge among it. He left it at that. He couldn't know what they'd gone through. He couldn't know what they'd gone through had left them in relation. Couldn't know how. What they'd gone through had left them in relation to how they'd become part of those crews. Jeremy doubted they'd gone into Earther territory and asked for people to join their ship. I've got crew a few times. If you'll join me at the table, I'll answer whatever question you have. He sat at one hand and waited for them to make their decisions. And that concludes chapter 71 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. It says third, so it's going to be the first. Okay, so that is done. Marker. Harker. Actually, this is where I'll get the information. Senders. Okay, so this is the one. Hello, Satoru. Welcome to the stream. If you are there. How are you doing today? Alrighty. And I will start. Oh, you're doing well. Finished the novel. You're just doing final run through of it. Cool. Congratulations. Uh, the language you're using is making me feel like it was a bit of a chore to do it. That's usual for you. You have the bad habit of starting something, finding out you hate it halfway through, then reworking everything. Oh, sorry to hear that. I can say that I can't think of this ever happening to me. Like I will come across situation like in the technician's fight where I realize I need to rework part of it, but it's almost never because I hate it. It's just because I realize that I screwed up. Still worried about having to add intentional bloat to Dragonfall so it's long enough to be considered fully developed. If it's bloat, it won't qualify as fully developed. Cool imp. And who said that It has to, who says what long enough is other than the story? Because you're at 58,000 words. That's a decent length for a story. If you feel, if everything is there, if your beta readers don't go, we're missing information, that's the right length. If somebody says, well, I want it to be bigger, you can tell them to go write the rest themselves. Okay. Well, I would suggest. Now, granted, I don't know anything about traditional publishing. Um, but, I mean, you're going by traditional publishing standard. Does that mean you want to submit that to traditional publishers? If you do, then I would go through the publishers you're interested in and see what their criterias are and use that. If a publisher you're interested in submitting to says that they're not looking at anything below 80k words, well, then you may want to ask if your story is for them. Because I can pretty much guarantee that they're not considering bloat in there. That when they say 80,000 words, they want 80,000 words of actual storytelling. It is possible that your story is not intended, it does not work, is not meant to be that long. That is something to consider. Alrighty, I am going to start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio, confirming I'm on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am going to start the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Knights, and I, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing the August 23rd story for chapter for Colby. Sorry for all the walking, Aaron said, but my brother drove and Art being Art didn't wait for me when he decided to go back. Colby shrugged. He lost count of how often his new friend had apologized. It was endearing in a way, but also a bit exhausting. He hadn't minded the walk. He had brought his jacket against the cooling weather, although he'd been surprised with how warm it was for being this so far north. And it wasn't like this was much more than walking from one end of his family's ranch to the other and back. That's the one, Aaron said, pointing to a house, and Colby whistled. Yeah, with the 7 of us, the dads had their work cut out for them finding a place that would fit us and be close enough to the school to be practical. Art offered to design it, but no one wants to live in something he designed if he can even build it. If it can even be built. Colby. Colby raised an eyebrow, but Aaron simply shrugged. Maybe his brother was one of those architects Wilbur had shown him pictures of, back when his cousin thought he'd become one himself. Colby had thought some of those houses belonged in art galleries more than to be lived in. This house was simply large. The front was as wide as his father's house, although it was brick instead of fieldstone and wood siding. There had been discussion about upgrading the material the last time the siding had needed repairs, but his father hadn't agreed to it. This was the house their ancestors had built when they'd settled and started ranching, and as long as he was alive, it would be unchanged, other than to account for advancements in technology that ensured it lasted. So the new siding had been wood impregnated with some additive. Mrs. Torres assured them was all natural, and no one in the area had any complaint about her work, so his father had okayed the material. The smell had gone away within weeks of going up, and now it just looked like the previous siding, minus the time-caused damage. Always suspected the use of concrete for the foundation and brick for the sides meant this house would stand for centuries before needing repairs. The second floor had 3 windows, which would mean 3 rooms if it was like his father's. There would be 3 more, only only 4 of them were used. Well, 3 now that Colby had been sent away. The others were for guests. Word of warning, Aaron said, heading for the door. My brothers can be rambunctious and loud. Colby chuckled. He doubted 7 guys could match his entire family when it came to loudness. The front yard was green, all of them were, and while he had known to expect it from reading about the area, it still surprised him. Brown grass and low bushes were what he considered lush yard. Aaron let him in, and indistinct voices sounded at the back. He checked his phone. They'll be in the dining room getting the table ready. Adam will be here shortly with the food. Asian, Aaron had said, and added the warning. Added the warning. Authentic Asian. Whatever that meant. Colby knew that what was called Asian food wasn't really what they made in the country of Asia, just like Mexican was nothing like what they ate in Mexico. He'd had authentic Mexican each time the Ortizes had their potluck in the fall, and it was nothing like what he'd had when they'd gone to one of the Mexican restaurants. Still wasn't sure why Aaron had made the warning, though. Hey, you made it, one of the guys said when they entered the dining room. It was apart from the kitchen, unlike his mother's. The silence stopped him from observing the room further. Aaron, who's your friend? The tallest and lankiest of them asked. His fingers were coated with colors. Al, this is Colby. Colby, that's Albert, Aiden, Alex, Arthur, Anakin. Adam's not here yet. Colby tipped his hat to them. Speaking of, Aiden said, does he know about your +1? He had a really nice voice and dressed well. If not for the fact he was the only one in a suit, Colby would feel underdressed. I texted him, which means he isn't going to see it before he gets here. Arthur already seated, looked at his phone. In a couple of minutes. He was small, a lot smaller than the others, even seated, and his arms were short, giving the impression he was a child, although he was definitely older. The condition had a name, but Colby couldn't recall what it was. He's bringing enough, Aaron replied. You know how he is about food, always way more than we need. That's not what Art's getting at, Alex said, and you know it. He wore an expensive shirt and slack that made Colby think there was a suit jacket in the house with his name on it. Now he felt slightly underdressed in his old jeans and shirt. This is home. He doesn't expect to have to restrain himself here. I'll go, Colby said, turning, but Aaron grabbed his arm. Stay. Adam isn't a baby. He can restrain himself the length of a dinner. Okay, I've got Colby had no idea where the new arrival had come from. It was like he'd appeared out of nowhere while his attention was toward the exit. That might be what had happened, considering they also went to Harker. Who's that? Adam asked, arms laden with bags with scribbles on them. Check your phone, Arthur said. Adam, Aaron said, while the others took bags from and put them on the table. This is Colby. Colby, that's Adam. Colby tipped his hat, although he didn't really feel as welcomed as he had a moment before. Adam looked at his phone. Really? You couldn't have told me that before I put it away? You know I don't look at it when I'm... Tension said everything, and Colby gently took Aaron's hand off of his arm. I'll go. He pulled his arm away when Aaron tried to grab him again and took a step toward the dining room archway. Adam was before him. No, you stay. I'm sorry for being an ass. I was just surprised, and I didn't take the time to process. I don't usually bother when I'm home because... He closed his mouth, and again there was tension. Colby took a step aside, but Adam moved with him. Okay. Okay. Can you keep a secret? Adam asked. Adam, one of the brother warned. What? He snapped. He brought a guest, and I'm trying to respect his good intention here. But do you have any idea how much a hell of it is going to be for me? I can go. Adam glared at him. Just tell me you can keep a secret. He nodded. He wasn't in the habit of revealing anything he heard, but he wasn't comfortable with how Aaron's brother, who didn't know him at all, wanted to trust him with one. I'm a parahuman, Adam said. That's it? I know. What? He glared around. He glared around him. Who the fuck told him? No one, Colby said. Adam narrowed his eyes. How do you know then? Harker. He knew he wasn't the smartest person anywhere, but they couldn't think he was so dumb as to not make that connection. What's that got to do with knowing? Maybe Adam did think so. Teaches superheroics. And what? Maybe Adam was the one he wouldn't think that of him or anyone. But if they went to a school for superheroes, they had to be. Someone snorted. He thinks everyone there has powers. Arthur laughed. Oh, that's rich. Colby looked from one of the brothers to the other, trying to understand. The others weren't laughing, also looking puzzled. You're a parahuman too? Aaron asked. Colby nodded. Strong, tough. Me too. He looked at Arthur. What's funny? That you think the entire school's parahuman? Only some. Alex slapped the back of his brother's head. Be nice. We are all idiots compared to you. Believe it or not, this guy's smart. Smarter than anyone out there. No, I'm not, Arthur said. I'm smart enough to know there's bound to be someone matching me, eventually smarter than I am. He looked at Colby. I'm sorry for laughing. I guess you didn't read the entire documentation about the school? He shrugged. He'd read enough. He thought he'd read enough. The official number for those of us registered for the superheroics curriculum, Arthur said, is 9.93% of the attendance. That's 308 official parahuman attendees. That doesn't consider any parahuman attending the other side, any of the other curriculum. You think there's many of them? Albert asked, taking containers out of the bag before him. The official statistics for parahumans population in the United States, Arthur said, sounding like he was reciting text, is 0.8329, which is bullshit because there's no way everyone with powers wrote it on the census. That isn't to say those who don't realize there are parahumans. So I'd say there's bound to be 2 dozen parahumans in the regular curriculum. Adam was by Alex. Then the table was covered with containers. What's the school going to do when they find out about him? When they find out about them? That's their problem. Adam was by Colby, urging him to the table. You sit, I serve. Then he was gone. No, he was on the other side of the table, stacks of plates on his arm. Teleport? Colby asked. I wish, Adam said. I'm fast. He vanished, really fast. He whispered in Colby's ear, making him shiver. He was at the table again, grinning. Then the plates were set, with glasses and bottles of... Was that wine? Adam was before him. You sitting, or you need me to take you there? Adam, Arthur warned. Don't. Adam shrugged. Mass affects how well I can pull something along with at my speed. Clothing's fine, although they singe after a while, air friction and all that. He smiled, looking at him up and down. And you look nicely massive. He looked over his shoulder, and I don't have to speed him to the chair. He took his hand. I'm able to slowly guide him there. I can pull the chair. Adam guided him too. Then both had a hand on his shoulder, pushing him to sit, which he did. Aaron pushed his chair close to the table, and the plate was overflowing with food. You could ask what he likes, Aidan said, taking the plate away. For someone who can think as fast as he does, you'd think he'd be considerate, but no, everything has to be hyper fast with him. Sometimes I don't know how he even Ouch! Arthur put the other rubber band on the end of his index finger. Watch your language around our guest. Aidan rubbed his cheek. Put that away. Alex is the one shooting stuff, not you. But I do it too. But if I do it, I make larger holes. Shoot? Colby asked. Aaron pulled his seat close to him on the left and Anakin on the right. It was almost like home, except the whole table would be crammed with family and friends. Alex reached behind him and held the gun. Then, when his hand reappeared, Beretta 90. You shoot? Magnus. Alex frowned. I don't know that model. I thought you knew all the guns, Aaron said. He leaned against Colby, placing a hand on his thigh. That's his power. He can always shoot his... Ouch! Art, cut it out! And here he threw the rubber band back. Then watch your language. Guns! I was saying he can always shoot his gun. Sure you were. Magnum, Colby said, Astra. Anakin leaned in, hand on Colby's other thigh. You named your gun? That is so cute. He swallowed. No one in his family was that, like this. You have it? Alex asked, and Colby shook his head. Gun safe. Leaned over his shoulder. Who was that? Okay, that's Aiden. Aiden leaned over his shoulder and placed a plate before Colby. How about we eat? He said in a voice so unctuous he felt like the words were caressing him. Colby swallowed again and focused on the food. Then on figuring out what it might be. He recognized the mushy ring as squid, but with them were strips of something just as squishy but gray. Octopus. Adam said, then was making food vanish, his motions a blur. He stopped. Out of Singapore. He was eating again. He means this city, Albert said, the one in Asia. Aaron grinned. I told you it would be authentic. Colby nodded and gave it a try. It was good. Definitely different from anything he'd had before, but good. He smiled. Good. Then he focused on eating. When he finished his plate, someone brought him another one, pressed against him to place it down. Same when he refilled his glass of water. Aaron had said they were all huggers, but Colby hadn't expected them to look for excuses. After all they had to do was ask. He'd learned not to drink alcohol. Impaired judgment with his strength meant someone could get hurt. He'd been lucky it hadn't been a serious injury when he'd learned that lesson. He was impressed Aaron sipped it. Impressed when Aaron sipped his glass. If their strengths were similar, the damage could cause was, well, it was his decision and everything he'd witnessed about him, and his brother indicated that they were playful, that while they were playful, they weren't careless. He and Aaron matched plate for plate. Only outdone by Adam, although Colby knew only because Arthur said so. Adam ate at super speed, so he had been done well before them. Colby checked his phone after dessert. Transparent cube of jelly in a sweet sauce that had been good, but not particularly filling. Late, he said. Hadn't realized how long the meal had stretched. Hadn't realized how comfortable it had felt. Not quite like being home, but close enough he hadn't missed his family for a while. Should go. He stood. Thank you. It was good. He hesitated while they watched him, unsure what he expected. Maybe just giving them time for whatever tradition they had. In his family, he said thanks and headed back outside to whatever needed done. When they didn't say anything, he headed for the door. Colby, Aaron called as he reached it. He turned and his friend came to a stop before him. Can I ask you a question? I mean a personal one. I mean a really personal one. Colby nodded, amused at his friend's nervousness. How do you feel about guys? He frowned, trying to work out what Aaron meant. I mean sexually. Colby smiled. I like guys. Sexually. Aaron took his hand. Do you want to spend the night? And that concludes the August 23rd chapter for Colby. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's on my Patreon and my website. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Angel! Welcome to the stream. The read and correct is still going on. And it is going on well. Wait, what? 24th? No, 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 no. Wait, what? Cancel that. Cancel that. Cancel that. Did I read the wrong one? No, I'm pretty sure. Oh, right. I'm a week behind because of the other day. Okay, yeah, yeah. Okay, I'm good. Oh, I got really concerned there for a moment. And how are you doing, Angel? How is the day coming along for you? It's done. Yeah, that one's been done. Actually, let's double check. You're good working on Chapter 16, Act 3. Very cool. The hallways of the engineering building had lost whatever historical charm it might have had at one time. It still felt like a hotel, with doors on each side of it at regular intervals, but where the floor might have been lined with carpets in pleasing color, it was now gray-green hard resin. The walls, which should have a wallpaper with relaxing pattern, maybe also some wainscoting for texture, were painted dark gray. You could see where sconces had been next to each door, but those had been removed. The electrical covered over. The light was now provided with fluorescence on the ceiling. The end result wasn't quite sterile hospital, but it wouldn't take much to reach that point. Professor Armirel's office was on the third floor, and the plaque on the door told him her first name was Judith. The door was plain wood with a coating of varnish that had seen better days. Messages, clearly for the occupant, were scratched on the door. They were rather offensive, and Eric wondered why they hadn't been painted over. Next to the doorknob was a keypad with an older kind of display where each number got its own box. 6 boxes, so 6 numbers. 10 possibilities for each of them meant too many for him to try them randomly or even in order. It could be a birth date, but he didn't know when Professor Armiel was born. He sat on the bench facing the door. It had probably been added so students didn't have to stand while waiting to speak with a teacher. Although he had the impression that our student didn't need to use it. They only came when she called them. He opened himself to his ability, and designs filled his sight. Through the door and walls, he could see that her office, as well as the one on each side, contained a lot of devices built Techer. He really had to get in the habit of calling them Techers. It was the common term now. Techers were technology based, so it made sense the engineering department would be dealing with them. He dismissed all of them except for the lock. Unlike in previous times, he paid attention to what he did. Professor Mendis's revelation he was unusual as a Techer was still with him. Fortunately, he didn't notice anything about how he thought that might help other Techers. He simply willed them away. He studied the lock's design, keeping himself from using his hands to manipulate it. It might not look out of place doing that here, but the number of Techers on campus, but he didn't want to attract attention. He traced the circuits from the display to the keypad. Somewhere in there would be the place where the correct digits were stored. Finding that was easier than he expected. The circuits he worked with now at Milton's shop were complex and stored everything within minute pathways. This one was larger. And the circuit that contained the code to the lock was 6 individual boards. He could even see the pattern within the circuit. Of course, those patterns meant nothing to him. Even with all the works he'd done on the recent machine, he couldn't read the circuits. He wondered if there was a flavor of techer who could do that. But he didn't need to read them. All he had to do was find the corresponding pattern, and there was only 10 of them. He waited for the hall to empty and went to the lock, pressing each key and watched as the circuit that was supposed to match the locked code reacted. It didn't match, but that wasn't what he was trying to do. Not now. Once he had done all 10 keys, he now knew the language the circuit used. So he entered the 6 matching number and the door unlocked. This office was larger and more orderly than Professor Mendis's office. Than Professor Mendis's. There might have been many, if not more, devices here spread about the room, but they were neatly arranged on shelves and boxes stacked against the far wall in a filing cabinet. He closed the door and saw that the loop he'd completed when he entered the right number had been broken. Good. Having to manually relock it might have been more complicated. Books lined the shelves where devices weren't occupying them. Some of the techers. He'd gotten it right the first time. Devices were clearly from someone insane. They had that wild quality to them that said they shouldn't work and wouldn't unless in the hands of the person who made them. It was possible for a mad builder techer. It was techer for a mad techer to use someone else's creation, but he needed to know how it had been built. Just seeing the design wasn't enough. He had to have been there when it was built to get a sense of how it worked. But what Decker wanted to stand behind? Someone's shoulder watching him or her build something when it was so much more fun to build your own. He pursed his lips. How was he going to go about finding the one item that was responsible for the student's behavior? The design made itself clear. It received a signal. That was what was processed and made them so attentive while in class. To Eric, it seemed like a poor use of the invention. Why attentiveness? He could come up with dozens more useful things to do with something like that. Depending on how difficult it was to insert, the Army would love such a device. He set the why aside and focused on the how. The broadcaster had to be here. It could be anywhere, really, so long as its range was large enough, but she'd requested for the student, Romney, to meet her here, so he figured it would be here. He stood by the desk in the middle of the room and let the designs come. He tried only to see in this room, but his ability didn't care about walls. He also paid attention to the madness. If the prickling wasn't the warning sign anymore, he needed to stay on his guard. Designs assaulted him, but he didn't sense the madness. He turned in place, taking in the sense of the inventions around him. He didn't look at each individual design. He just let them flow through his field of vision, and they jumbled together. What he did was keep in mind he was searching for a broadcaster and feeling for a diagram that would satisfy the criteria, his mind set. That's two different words. Nothing jumped out as being a broadcaster once he'd done a full turn, but there had been something there, something else. He wished he could take the diagram and move them about around him so he could put them side by side to do a comparison and work out what it was that he hadn't quite caught, but the only manipulation he could do was zoom around a diagram. If he wanted them side by side, he would have to take the device and put them one next to another, and he wasn't doing that. It would be too easy to misplace them afterward and let Professor Amirel know he'd been there. He'd been here. He did another turn, slower this time, and focused on the feel of the diagrams. Whatever it hadn't been in the minutiae of them, but the overall sense. It took him 3 turns. You know what? I don't need to complete three turns to figure it out. Over half the diagrams in the room had the same signature, had been made by the same person. He shut down his ability and closed his eyes. He was starting to get a headache from the volume of designs he'd been looking at. He paid attention for the madness, but still nothing. He could imagine it, chuckling somewhere at the back of his mind. Right, like I'm going to jump when you expect me to. All right, half the devices here belong to the same person. It didn't mean that person was Professor Amiral, but if he accepted she was who made the things on the student next, she was a techer. It would make sense for her to keep her creation among the ones the other student made. For anyone normal, they would just look like other inventions, and for the techers who, like him, could easily see the designs, they'd be blinded by the number of them, unable to even risk taking them all in unless they were overwhelmed and the madness fell on them. The only reason Eric was willing to try was that Peak had done something to him. He didn't know if it had been intentional or why, if it had been, but the young cat had made it so the madness didn't come calling just because he was looking at technology anymore. Somehow, Peak had given him more control. Something your usual techer didn't have. The problem was that some of those inventions with the same feel to them were madness driven. Most of them, in fact. If Judith Amirel was the one who made them, she was mad. So how could she teach classes? If she was mad, why wasn't she here or somewhere else obsessing about building something? Maybe they were a student's creation? Maybe she wasn't a techer but was making use of a student's creation. It would explain why she had so many of them from the same techer, except Professor Mendes had said Strongberg taught coping mechanism to techers. Surely they would have noticed if a student had built this number of mad devices. She couldn't have him or her stashed in her basement. The university would notice a missing student, or at least he hoped they would. He hated to think what it meant if a student could simply vanish and never be missed. He was missing something. A piece of information or a link he hadn't made. Okay, that did that matter? Wasn't the important thing that he had to stop her, no matter where the tech had come from? She was using it to take it away her student's will. He sat in the desk chair and tried to recall the diagram he'd seen. He had a good memory for them, but there had been so many. Had there been anything like that on the student's neck? If she was behind them, she had to keep them somewhere, keep them here somewhere. And hadn't she? Why else bring that student here to have a discussion? He couldn't recall anything that matched the size and configuration of what was on their neck. Make her softly. If that wasn't here, then did he have the, or was he looking at it incorrectly? Was he looking for one device? He was looking for one device, but in reality it was three. One on each vertebrae. It was the only way to allow the students to retain neck mobility. If he broke it into its individual pieces, had he seen something that matched that? Yes, he had. He looked down at the desk, the bottom left drawer. He could see the diagrams there, multiple of each, bunched together. He pulled on the drawer. It was locked. It was a mechanical lock. Needing a key he didn't have. He yanked on it hard, and the wood splintered. He didn't need a key for this. They were in 3 boxes, which he took out and placed on the desk. The diagram had the same feel to them as the mad ones. This had been made by that techer. He now had proof that whoever made this, Professor Amiral, was using them on her student. Now he had to find the transmitter, shut it off, and figure out how the devices could be removed from the student. The door clicked and opened. Professor Amiral entered, anger in her eyes, but not surprise. How did you get in my office? Eric remained silent, studying her. Her skin was darker than it had seemed under the harsh light of the amphitheater, more bronzed than tanned. This close he could tell she was in her late 40s. She was studying him back. She had a briefcase in her hand, and the complex diagram representing what was in it was what he'd been looking for. Of course she carried it with her, regardless of if it was because of the range was short or she didn't want to leave it unattended. She hadn't had it with her in the classroom, but he hadn't thought to extend his sight to beyond the door she'd entered through. He'd been focusing on the students, of which there were two on the other side of the door, based on the two floating diagrams. I ask you a question, young man. She hadn't moved from the door. I'm trying to figure out what you did to those students. I teach them. What else would I do? How about performing surgery on them? Excuse me? Her act was good because it had to be one, Eric thought. He couldn't see her bringing someone else into this. Too many risks. He emptied one of the boxes on the desk. I figure you had to when you inserted these under the skin. She looked from the spilled component to him, her eyes hardening, lips in a thin line, and her face gaining a ruddy complexion. How dare you break into my desk? She stalked to the desk and he moved to keep it between them. He grabbed one of the components. Considering what you've done to them, I did what I had to. She put the briefcase down between her and the desk and began putting the components back in the box. You speak like I did something wrong. She was more annoyed than angry now. I'm going to guess none of them volunteered for it. She rolled her eyes. Tell me, when a child misbehaves, do you ask for his permission before you punish him? Before teaching him to be better? No, you simply do it. You don't do that to someone else's child. Lord, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do what you've done to my children. She scoffed as she closed the box. They are my student, my responsibility. Their parents entrusted them into my care. I made them better people. Eric looked for any indication she'd been the one to make the device. Any of the numerous ticks he'd seen or had himself when a builder went crazy. But other than what she said, she gave no indication she was insane. Then again, the tech itself wasn't crazy tech. It doesn't matter. Unless the rules have changed while I was away, your students are adults. That means they are fully capable of making their own decisions. She laughed. Make decisions? Most of them were too busy partying to pay attention to my class. They were loud and obnoxious. They showed up to my classroom drunk. All of them. Their parents paid thousands for them to attend this university, and they waste that money. Each and every one of their parents have remarked on how much better behaved their children are. Eric shook his head. Doesn't matter. You're taking away their free will. That's unethical. Ethics? She sputtered. You speak of ethics? You broke into my office, into my desk. You are nothing more than a criminal. How dare you speak to me of what's ethical? I gave my life to this institution, to those students, and now that I finally have them succeeding, you come here to complain? Maybe you're in need of an adjustment too. Eric smiled. I'm going to pass. I've grown attached to this crazy mind of mine. Then you shouldn't have poked your nose where it didn't belong. Malcolm, Patrick. The door opened and the two students entered. Two of the biggest student Eric had ever seen. A good head and a half taller than he was, broad-shouldered, muscular. They'd be perfect as mob enforcers in the movies he'd watched as a kid. He had trouble imagining them sitting in a classroom, a football field, maybe? Yes, Professor, they said in unison. This young man is going to be one of your new classmates. Please hold him down so I can make sure he is well behaved. She took a rolled up leather pack from inside the pocket of her jacket, and the two students stepped on each side of the desk. They moved normally, none of that slow and staggering motion the movies of his youth promised him. The one on the left was the first to reach him. Eric punched him in the side of the neck. By the time he turned to deal with the other student, hands were reaching for him. The motion was clumsy, uncertain, the move of someone without any training. Eric dodged them and slammed a foot in the student's knee. The man fell to the ground, clutching at it and screaming. Eric went over the desk, kicking Amiral away. No! She screamed as he dropped to the floor and reached for the briefcase. The desk hit him, and with enough force to send him all the way through the still open door. The student had elbowed the desk, glaring in his direction. Eric eyed the briefcase. He had to get it out of her reach. He could take them. She didn't look like she wanted to fight, and while the students had more strength, Eric had the training. He heard steps running in the corridor and looked in that direction. 6 students were coming his way. He didn't need to see the diagrams to know they were more of her students. She'd either call them or arranged it ahead of time. 1 against 7, 7.5 if the one he'd kicked out the knee was getting to this. 7.5. The one he kicked out the knee. The one he kicked out the knee. He kicked in the knee. In the knee was getting to his feet. He ran in the opposite direction. He was going to need an alternative way of stopping her. Now I remember why you were like that. No, I'm not going to deal with mind your step right now. Is that touched on here? So, does it? Do I say how many names are in that list? You know what? This chapter I might be able to flip these two chapters and it still works. Alrighty. It is time for me to take lunch. I will do my best to return within an hour. And hopefully I'll see you then. And welcome back, everyone. This afternoon, it is chapter 11 of The Daughter. It is a twisted. Let's adjust the icon. How did I? Krillimp, you reread the notes and feedback. Latest beta reader said some of the dialogue was frustrating because it didn't always include noun slash pronoun. Okay, did they point to you to where that happened? Like, did they go, this set of text, but they are ESL? I do not know what that means. English as second language. Okay. I mean, again, like if it's only one person, you might want to look at it just to see. But my main question in this context is, did they just say some stuff doesn't work because of pronoun, or did they go this section? Because if they don't tell you where to look, don't waste the time. Or contact them and go, where should I look? Where did this happen? Because okay, well, I mean, if this were to me, I would contact them and go, where did you see that? Where did that happen? If multiple plays, point me to one example, one good example of where that happened so that I can evaluate it. Beyond that, like it, because, being told that without knowing where to look is not particularly helpful. You're going to be released until next week. Then you're going to ask if they can summarize the story without reading their notes or the book again. Okay. One of the beta loved it. Helps to see what sticks. Oh, being asked to summarize the story. Cool. And that wouldn't work with me. I've never had to do it. So, but I don't know. I don't think it would work with me as a beta reader because I have a bad memory. What I would remember would probably be very, very strong generalities. Well, the slow reader, they can't hold off over the holiday. If they can hold off over the holiday, I didn't want to put pressure on them. Holidays can be hectic. Yeah. Or hectic this is. Yeah. Thank you, Angel. Welcome back yourself. How is your day going? Pretty good. Last night was a thunderstorm, heavy rain, didn't let you sleep. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, these baby girls slept through it peacefully. Well, that's good. So surprised that it didn't woke her up. There was lightning too. Oh, oh, I'm on the wrong map. That's why. You're not liking that. Oh. Right. Two. Come on. Wait. Now you need to build a real tension. Action of the last chapter. Good luck. I hope you manage it. I hope it goes well. Act 3 is where everything can fall apart and build up to the end. Yeah. I don't write that way, so it's not something I really experience. You know, I'm a discovery writer, so I can't, I don't even know how to plan for stuff like that. You just let them happen, your characters know what they want. Yeah, that's pretty much where I am. 575 words, Angel. Congratulations. 51,044 words. Congrats. You don't know if you'll reach 50K for your story? How much is left for that for the story? Or for the one you calculate that's below Game of Tome? Well, good luck reaching it for the challenge. In your draft, you are at 32,359 of 80. And you're already starting the third act? You are working with a 3-act structure? Kind of. That's fine. I'm asking because you referred to the third act earlier, so. Chapter by chapter outline. Well, if all goes well, I will break the 100K word this month. Hey, Decaf, enjoy the lurk. With that done, I have the time to deal with my third step. Oh, I see. You decided to mix me up and not put it at the end. you not giving me all the options? All right, let's try that again. There you go. Giving me everything. All right, all of that is now done. Alrighty, you're heading to bed. You need to put your down for the night. See you tomorrow. Likewise, I'm about to head offline. So yeah, with my writing done, I hope you have a good night, Angel. See you tomorrow. I will end this with a raid to Game of Tome. So, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon, the Technicians Fight. I hope to see you then. And if you do, actually, if you don't have the patience to wait until then, you can find me tonight on the Playing Tiger. I'll be playing Ark Survival Evolved. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I'll see you when I see you.